And are we working? I think we are. Start recording. Check. Check. Yes, I believe everything is working. Well, hello. My name is Clockwork Cartoon, full-time cartoon villain, part-time game designer, game design student. Okay. So, this is my first ever stream, still getting used to all this, testing everything out. But in this stream, I just wanted to actually explore the create a map feature of Bloons Tower Defense because I think it's very underutilized. Granted, I won't be necessarily playing around too much with the editor itself in this stream, but more so just testing out my custom levels, showing them off, explaining my design process, and also talking about level design. So, as a game design student, level design was one of the subjects that was often went over. And one of the earliest lessons I ever was taught was that you never want to have a straight line, or at least you don't want to just have a straight line. And what do I mean by that? So, oftentimes the easiest way to not break immersion, but to slow down the pace of a game is to just have a long hallway with nothing happening. And you might have experienced this in games before. Long hallways, nothing going on. I should not... I'm better than this, I swear. Long hallways with nothing going on. And as you're Now, why is that? It's because, as a player, you want something to be happening, anything to be happening. Typically, the, not hack, but the sort of band-aid solution to these scenarios is the tried and true long exposition hallway. This can refer to any scene, cutscene, or area in a video game where the player is moving through a long hallway as someone is talking, whether it be the narrator, their character, or another NPC. And these have a reputation for being unbearably boring. You know? Because the core issue, and the reason behind it, is because there is nothing for the player to really do other than walk forward. A game's appeal comes from its interaction, in a sense. And without that element of interacting, it becomes boring. And you may say, well, moving forward is interacting, but obviously that's kind of missing the point. There needs to be something to keep the player active. So that begs the question, how do you spice up the hallway? How do you spice up the linear, exposition-y long hallway? First solution, don't make it a straight line. Like, it isn't even a matter of just making the hallway bend in certain areas, because that, well, technically that would help the situation. At the same time, it doesn't necessarily fix the problem. So you take that a step further, but you get this adding in obstacles. Like, say there's something the player needs to climb in the long hallway, or say that there's something a button they need to press. You know, I didn't initially want Benjamin, but... I swear I got further on this before. Not the one I wanted to collect. Damn it. Well, this is why we're testing it on hard mode, I suppose. Let's turn off auto start for now so I can kind of rearrange, because definitely that's something I should have. Crap. Actually, you know what? In my opinion, once you start losing lives, what's the point? I mean, I technically design all of my test levels under the idea that they'll be played in hard mode. Personally, I would have started them all in impoppable, and the reason why I don't is because, well, I just don't think as many people are interested in starting in impoppable. It's easier to convince someone to play a hard mode map than it is to convince someone to play an easy mode map. Let's just have that going on in the background as I talk. Where was I? Right. So you want to have obstacles, you want to have buttons, you want to have things to interact with as the player moves down the linear hallway. It's all about giving the player something to do as they move through, and that's a level in a nutshell. A lot of levels are really lines from point A to point B. But the thing is, the player never notices that they are going down a line, because they're constantly given things to interact with, to do, to move around, enemies to fight. And that's what makes the line entertaining. That's how you handle the line. Which upgrade pass was it? I think it was faster shooting first. Then advanced intel. Now, how does that apply to this level? Granted, this level that I designed it very quickly, and as a standalone level, it does break this rule. I suppose, do as I say, not as I do. Because it is ultimately just a straight line. The interesting aspect, the interactivity, doesn't come from the level itself, it comes from the basic mechanics of Bloons tower defense. It comes from being able to place towers and manage them. But when it comes... So when designing this level, I started with just the paths, because I was really just messing around here, trying to see with what I could do. And I just create a simple straight line from A to B in order to build around that and create a more difficult map compared to some of my previous creations, which were much easier. Let's see here. Make sure I have camo detection. First thing to make it interesting. Oh, actually, so I started with this. Started with the straight line, and then built the land around, because I believe that having this area, not only does it make it look like it's sort of like an atoll middle in the bridge, but it also adds a place where normal monkey or non-sea monkeys could be placed. And now there is actually one aspect I do want to comment on, which is I believe that ocean-dominated maps like this are actually very easy, just because the Monkey Buccaneer and the Monkey Sub are such good towers that any map where you can basically focus on your sea monkeys or place a lot of sea monkeys is going to be easy just by the nature of these towers. Granted, now you may be wondering, if a monkey or ocean towers are so good, why don't I have Admiral Brickle as my hero? I forgot to change my hero. I kind of have Benjamin set as my base. Yeah, once you get to like this combo, you're fairly set. Because between two monkey subs and soon-to-be airburst darts, you can handle most large waves, and then you can save up for a destroyer to take down Moabs. Or at least take down the first Moab. Where was I? Right, I'm supposed to be talking about level design, not this design. No, just not tower design or tower strategy. Now then, when it comes to going back to trying to stay on top of levels, are we talking about the straight line thing, to be honest? I suppose the other thing is clarity of a level. Because when you're designing a level, the most important thing is that the player's goals should be, maybe not obvious, but the player should be able to get a fair idea of the direction they're trying to go. Take care of that, and we are basically set. Alright. Okay, jumped the gun a bit there, but I can save it for Destroyer regardless. So, like with this one, you can easily tell balloons are going to go across the road from point A to point B. And that's also where I think a lot of other custom levels fail. Or not, fail is too harsh a word, because a lot of people create custom levels not under the pretense that they don't take them very seriously. A lot of custom levels tend to be art or memes or 3D levels. Like 3D levels are probably the better example of the options, because with 3D levels, they typically take existing tower defense levels and then simply, I suppose, but change their perspective. So they have that to go off of, and you can typically clearly see the movement and pathing of the balloons. Where the problem starts to arise is when levels treat themselves focus more on the art piece aspect than the actual level design. Because there is a distinct difference between a level that is not comprehensive, a level that is clear to the player, I guess you could call it, and a level that is visually beautiful. Like a function over form. Like, I guess, function over form. A level that is functional versus a level that is visually stunning. Now, what do I mean by that? So, you can have a absolutely beautiful level, like maybe it's a beautiful piece of nature, or a wide, massive cityscape of lights and people and cars. But unless you're doing an open world game, you still need that level to get a player to the objective, and the objective needs to be clear to a player. That's why in most open world games, you'll typically see the good old quest marker. That's because open world games typically don't have good level design. They may have good environment design, but they don't have good level design. Okay, gonna have to... that's... you... Because levels have direction, they guide the player to their objectives. In an open world game, you have to think of it differently. In an open world game, it is to create a linear level in an open world game defeats the purpose of the open world game. Because the main appeal of an open world game is the ability to go anywhere, do anything, explore any location. Versus the purpose of a linear level is to get, linear level is to get a player from point A to point B. Let's see, can I... And that's where the quest markers come in. The quest markers act as the open world's fix to this issue, because they just instead of necessarily guiding the player from point A to point B through the level design, they guide the player from point A to point B by just having a big red X on the map. It is a failing of... well, I say failing, but it is a slight flaw? Not... I don't want to say called a flaw with open world games, because it is just a necessity. It is something that comes out of it by design. It is something by nature of its design. Yeah. Whereas... so I don't want to say flaw. It is something that just comes with the territory. And it isn't an issue, because open world games are good. There's nothing wrong with open world games. It is... they are interesting when executed well. But... God, I need to move on to the next topic. But moving forward back to linear games. So... oh boy. With linear games, you want to have that clarity of direction. And you actually see this be a problem in a lot of early platformer and collectathon games especially. Collectathon games, in a weird sense, were like a prototype to the open world. I'm going back to open world games, but this is actually a genuinely interesting thought. Were collectathon games the precursor to open world games? Think about it. Collectathon games are divided into levels like your typical level-based games. Your platformers, your Marios, so forth, so forth. But collectathons, the individual levels themselves, were very open, and much of the interest of the collectathon was finding all the hidden routes and hidden explorations. And the thing was, collectathons didn't need... or... it's hard to say, because it's a case-by-case basis in a lot of ways. Because, and not even case-by-case by game, sometimes case-by-case by level. Because certain collectathons, you could have really good, one really good level, where it was not too small, not too big, and the... yep. Not too small, not too big, and there was enough linearity in certain locations that the player could easily be guided from one section of a level to another section of the same level. Eee! Okay, I'm gonna get you... Okay, oh god. I'd put it on impoppable if I wasn't trying to get this thing ready. Oh crap, I put that way too close. I don't want you... I mean... I guess it's not too bad if Alk here has it, but it does lessen how often it'll have on... maybe then faster throwing is the way to go, just to make sure it keeps up. Because I do also plan on putting an ice monkey here. Right! Collectathons being the precursor to open world. Rambling! With collectathons, they were like, each level was its own miniature open world, where the player could explore around, find hidden paths, find hidden secrets. And a lot of the appeal of these collectathon levels was in that finding hidden locations. But at the same time, an issue that a lot of early collectathons and early games would run into is that the player would have no idea where to go, because collectathons didn't often use the waypoint or quest marker thing that open worlds have now. I mean, you might have some similar things, like with Spyro, you'd have things like you'd have Spark, who could help you find secrets and guide you to certain areas, or you'd have like an arrow at the bottom that would vaguely point you in the direction of where you need to go. But you never had like a X-ray quest marker that you could look at and try to find. You still had to navigate the map. Let's see, Ice Monkey. Oh wait, Ice Monkeys can be placed in water now. I forgot that was a feature. I mean, that doesn't really affect me here and now, but damn it. I don't want you... Okay, let's... And then give you faster throwing, because you're going to be distributing a lot. Got Permafrost, because I can. Admittedly, it has been a long time since I've played a collectathon. I think my first ever collectathon was actually Spyro. I'd put Spyro in the collectathon category, to be honest. Between the gems, the dragon statues, or dragon eggs if we're talking Reptor's Revenge. What do I save up for next? Yeah, I would definitely... Spyro was definitely in the collectathon genre. Now, on the sub... I had a point to all of this. Right. Open world. Well, I guess I already made that a point, because every individual level in a collectathon was its own miniature open world. It honestly makes... God, I love collectathons. Or at least I'm nostalgic for collectathons. Which is great when I heard that Spyro was getting its own remakes and the Battle for Bikini Bottom was getting remakes, these old collectathon games. I wonder if Banjo-Kazooie is gonna get a remake. That would be something. And we haven't really seen much of the collectathon genre these days. Like, what's the last collectathon I can name? Ukulele? I mean, that's a very niche collectathon. Oh, Hat in Time was a very good collectathon game. Or at least it was a very popular collectathon game. That's more recent. And I hear a new one, I believe Billy Bust Up is actually also going to be a collectathon game as well. For those of anyone who doesn't know, Billy Bust Up is a new indie game coming out that's supposed to be musical themed. Like, all the bosses have their own musical numbers, which I'm honestly very interested in seeing because I just love villain musical numbers. They're so fucking cool. Oh, right. Do I want... Icicle Impale? I think Icicle Impale is the way to go here. Yeah. I would get Golden Justice, but that's something I can wait for. I'm basically free by this point. Yeah. I should be using my abilities more often. Alright, collectathons. I guess that is just an interesting thing to consider, this idea that... Okay. Beating it hard is good. Getting to round 100 is... oh. I guess this is good enough. Share. Granted, I'm not exactly saying this is my best work, because it lacks, it's a very minimal map. It lacks a lot of details. It lacks a lot of things that could be interesting to work around, because it is ultimately a straight line. You use sea monkeys, you place down towers on the middle area. Very clear, very straightforward. Let's actually go to my other maps. Has it already been set up? I'm kind of working backward, because Merging Mire was my first ever map. Channel Spy will be my second, but I think I want to go with Road Work Ahead, which in my opinion is probably one of my best maps, even if it is way too easy in my opinion. Let's go to Impossible. Okay. Because I think Impossible is probably my favorite difficulty of them all, because not only does it have the difficulty of hard and then some, but also it still allows you to use your monkey powers, which I think are a pretty interesting aspect of gameplay. Like, it's not as hard as Chimps, but it's just difficult enough to keep things interesting. So new game. And how do I want to set this up? Sub down here at the bottom. Because these roadblocks don't block line of sight. Let me give an idea of how line of sight is set up here. I believe this should, yep. So, fences, truck, the water tower, the buildings, of course, and then this area is completely blocked off. Then you have this area, which was basically built for sniper monkeys, or for you to be able to place a sniper somewhere. And let's put. I still forgot to change the Brickle. Let's put. Let's see here. Come on. I always like having a middle pass Desperado basically acting as my sniper. And then Blue Gunner, right? Because I want to have enough space down here to place a monkey village, meaning I do have to do a bit of guesswork. Better safe than sorry. Now, why is this map so easy? One of the big things that determines whether or not a balloons map will be easy is how long does it take for a balloon to get from the beginning to end, as well as how often does the balloon overlap with towers. I already talked about how sea monkeys, or specifically the sub and monkey buccaneer, makes things so much easier because of how good the towers are. Do I risk it for advanced intel? I think I can survive it. I can survive this. Right. Hold up, wait, bated breath. Yeah, okay. Oh. Okay, yeah, I survived. Because now I can get advanced intel, things become so much easier. But also what makes this, so not only is this map easy because it has a very good water spot right where water towers can attack and overlap twice, but also because the map is really long, to be honest. Okay. The map is very long. I actually wonder... Okay, technically not this wouldn't be longer than the longest map in Bloons Tower Defense 6, which is Spa Pits. However, I mean, I'd hardly call that an accomplishment. It's definitely... I'd say this is definitely longer than Metals, which is like the beginner of beginner maps. Make sure. Missed. I went too fast on tower placement. I won't sell it. This is good enough. There's a lot of space here. And then we go to tokens. Like, Metals is definitely like the poster child of beginner maps. Poster child of Bloons 6 in a way. At least when it comes to levels. But there are actually two other elements of Bloons maps that can make it really easy. Depending on the specific strategy you go with, and that is long-ass lines, or areas where balloons can circle. It's a better option. Probably airburst starts. Gotta have more AoE popping power. Like, for instance, take things like Desperado. Take things like Desperado's middle pass line, Sniper Monkey's also middle pass line, and specifically Shrapnel Shot and Deadeye's like cone attack, as well as Airburst cone and just piercing in general. All of these things work best when the balloons are coming at you in a straight line, because it allows them to hit the optimal number of balloons. Do I don't need a Buccaneer. I don't think I need a Buccaneer for this, to be honest. I'm pretty sure if I can get a ballistic missile and a Deadeye, I can make that by round 40, yeah. Should I also like have these things set to like strong? Yeah, when using monkeys like these, any straight line is basically a godsend. But then you also have things like the tack shooter, or even Desperado's middle path. And to a certain extent, your explosive towers, where if you can get balloons to cluster in a circle or around specific areas, then it becomes much easier. Because now you're hitting more balloons for longer with for every single attack. Do I get Benjamin? You want to get your heroes out early, and I've already delayed, like, a crap ton of this. Okay, yeah, let's risk it. I want to have Benjamin down here, that way if it activates its ability, it'll hit the subs and the Desperado here. And now I need to hope I can get Deadeye. I suppose I should also go into my thought process when designing this map. It really did just start when I came up with my early map designs. I was obsessed with like ocean sea monkey strategies. Most specifically things like buffing up your top path Buccaneer, as well as trying for a short period of time, or a short stint of time, I was trying to see if I could like buff up, we quickly go at upgrades here, how much I could buff up plutonium reactors damage. Because, I don't know, the idea of just a consistent AoE popping thing what seemed really interesting to me, and that's where Channel Spiral and Merging Mire, the two maps I saw briefly before, evolved. This idea of I need balloons to circle a water area so long that Monkey Sub can get pops with its plutonium reactor ability. When should I get triple guns? Yes. And now set you to strong. Get armor piercing. And I think that basically gets us pretty set for. And then I want to place a village here, bigger radius. Like, I get at these obsessive strategy stints, and the strategy I'm obsessing over now is Deadeye, or Bounty Hunter, or Golden Justice. Middle past Desperado. Like, I think the Desperado is really cool, and I absolutely... Well, it may just be the fact that it's a new tower, that's the reason why I like it so much. Because I also remember when Mermonkey came out, Mermonkey was like my favorite tower that I try to use in every strategy for like the beginning. And now that Desperado's the new tower, I'm like, oh, I gotta use the Desperado. Desperado's so cool. Thinking of the Desperado, it's in a weird position, because a lot of the time, okay, I like Desperado. I think it's a cool design, I think it has a lot of cool concepts, but a lot of the time, Desperado seems to, no pun intended, shoot itself in the foot. Now what do I mean by that? I think the most obvious thing you see with that is how a lot of its abilities work against itself. Alright, let's quickly pause again and go into upgrades. So we have, the most obvious example is how Nomad interacts with Standoff. Now, obviously, hold on, excuse me. Yeah, pardon me. The most obvious issue is how Standoff and Nomad are like inverses of each other. Nomad increases attack speed as there are more balloons. Standoff increases them as there are fewer balloons. But someone actually found that they also, in a way, cancel each other out. Basically meaning no matter how few or how many balloons there are, no matter how many or how few balloons there are, your monkey will always be getting some attack speed bonus. However, Standoff itself is a very weird one, because very rarely do you ever get situations where there are fewer balloons. You basically, the only times there are ever fewer balloons is when the new MOAB is introduced, and from that point forward, it's all like swarms and clusters. So in a weird sense, Standoff is at its best at the end of a track, when all the balloons have been dealt with, in a sense. Because since there are naturally fewer balloons at the end of a track, that also means... that also means that you'll be getting its effect off more consistently. Where the problem, once again, rears its... However, that actually means it conflicts with Nomad in a different way. Because the thing with Nomad is that, or the bottom path in general, is that its whole gimmick is a close-range shotgun attack, right? Like, that's its big thing. But that shotgun attack that is specifically meant to deal with... give me a bit... Oh crap. That attack, which is specifically meant to deal with MOBA class balloons, why didn't I? Alright. Want to start getting my potions out. Make sure they're only buffing me in this at fairy towers. Last longer, and then I think you're good as is. So bottom pass you want to have as close to the beginning of the track as possible to make effective use of the shotgun, especially against Moabs, and also because the largest cluster will always be at the start of the track. Whereas the top pass is most effective at the end of a track, because fewer balloons are skidding will get to that point, ideally. So that's actually a very interesting way that they conflict with each other. Do I want this thing set to strong, or do I want to set to first? And actually, speaking of the bottom pass here... Ah, damn, I was hoping... I mean, I might still be able to clip some... Can I put a... Is there enough room down here? There is! I'm gonna do what's called a dumb strategy. Let's see here. Because if I can quick draw... Hear me out. Like I said, you want to have it near the end of a track. Where it'll encounter fewer balloons. But also, if you can just barely clip Moabs, because mechanically it seems, people seem to believe that the point of top pass was supposed to be like the single target damage dealer, and like that's your Moab killer, that's your bad killer, your, you know, the big balloons. But at the weirdly, but the thing, issue with that is that middle pass and bottom pass are just so much better at dealing with Moabs. Yet for some reason, and the thing is, because of the fast attack speed, Desperado might have been a great way of doing, like, dealing with clusters of balloons, but because of its tier 2, it's clearly not meant to deal with big clusters. I suppose that's where you may want to, like, go into Wanderer, you know? Let's see if I can actually pull this thing off. Oh wait, no, it's gonna... If I increase... Well, I was thinking I can go into Wanderer to get even more attack speed. But actually, you might... I don't think there's any situation where you would want to put it into Wanderer. Because Bullseye is just so much better, and pairs so much better with the whole distance thing, because again, it gains attack speed, because it also has the tier 1 that gives it attack speed boost based on distance, and Bullseye has a crit chance also based on distance. But okay, you see, if Moab ever gets to this point, then you'll see the strategy, you'll see the dream. But right now, I mean, I think this in general is able to handle it. things pretty well, it seems, so I could probably save up for a Cool Injustice. Is there enough room down here to put a... Oh, that is weird. That's not... I mean, that's not exactly meant to... I mean, I guess it works. I mean, what better places would you put it? I guess here, maybe, out of the way, in a sense. Also, like, here. I didn't really plan on, like, I guess, monkey farm locations when designing these things. Fucking panic! That's the wrong button. Well, regardless, it seems that Desperati here was able to take care of it. Oh, I wasted my ability on that. Oh, right, another weird thing when it comes to Deadeye over here is that... So you see these two rings. In the outer ring, Deadeye uses a rifle. In the inner ring, Deadeye uses a piddly revolver. No, we don't chicken out. We do this right. Okay, Golden just... Maybe I wasted too much money on Deadeye. On that strategy. Yeah. Okay, let's get the setup back. Honestly, it would have been... Chances are a bottom past Desperado would have been better, assuming I really want to hammer on the Desperado strategy. Yep, hold on. Oh, right. God, that is... Oof. Where was I? Right. So you might have seen earlier... I think I need to fix something real quick. So, where was I? So here's the weird thing when it comes to Desperado. It's that... If this is better... This would probably be the better. Here's the weird thing when it comes to Desperado. It had those two things. It had the inner circle and the outer circle. The reason for that is that the outer circle is the range in which it uses its rifle, the inner circle is where it uses the range of its revolver. The thing is, the revolver sucks. It very much sucks. At least if you don't spec into it with top pass. So you want it to primarily be using the rifle. But in order to do that, you need to place it further away on the track, no big deal. But also, you kind of want to make sure you increase the Desperado's range greatly. The issue becomes that any range increase to the Desperado here also increases that revolver range. So it becomes this weird balancing act as you buff it up, where you want to make sure that your Desperado is far away enough that that the track is always outside of the revolver range, but close enough that you can optimize the distance at which it hits. Or that your rifle hits. I guess in a weird sense, putting... No, at the same time, you also want to position your Desperado so that... Actually, can you put monkeys? You can put monkeys down here. You want to position your Desperado so that it's always, like, shooting down sights. In that case, would it actually have been better to place it here? That way, it's always shooting like that. Let's try changing the sub-location. Not only so we get more coverage, but also so that twin guns and eventually burst starts down here would affect... Let's see here. Where's this being? Right. So, yeah, paradoxically, you want to increase the Desperado's range as much as you can, but at the same time, increasing its range can also be a hindrance, because that also means greater area for the revolver range, which you don't want. Yeah, see how there's a greater there's a greater burst here? This is what we're looking for. And we are fairly set now. I think it might be, if I get Benjamin earlier, then there's Benjamin down here. And then I can begin saving up for Bullseye, because I'm fairly certain that this can handle a Moab pretty well. Or not Bullseye, Deadeye. So then... Oh right, I haven't even talked about the other two paths. I've been rambling on about Middle Pass. Well, I guess I did talk about Quick Draw Path, because the thing is, like, a lot of people... like, it's the relative opinion that Quick Draw, or Top Pass, is the weakest of the various Desperados, and yeah, it is. Especially because I don't know what its identity is supposed to be. Its fast attack speed makes it good for dealing with groups, but its first two abilities mean you don't want it near groups. You want it to focus on single target, right? But the problem is, it also, like, when it comes to single target, Deadeye and Wanderer down here, middle and bottom pass are just so much better when it comes to dealing with single targets that it makes you wonder why the heck you'd ever actually want to get Quick Draw to deal with Moabs. And let's slow things down here a bit. Sorry, just repositioning. And we got it. We got it. We got it. And triple guns to be safe, followed by armor. Let's go with armor, followed by or piercing to be doubly safe. And now we begin with what I was doing before. I said that this was probably my easiest. Honestly, that was embarrassing. I said this was my easiest map I've created. I mean, Channel Spiral might be easier. I'll show that one next. But I'd say this is definitely an easy map. Now, how do I position my... Don't want you there. Yeah, this would probably be the best. Because if I want one buffing up here, I can place towers there, but maybe if I can just place them... Ah! There we go. And let's get longer lasting. Not yet. So yeah, Top Pass is weirdly paradoxical in design. I personally think that Top Pass should have been I think it should have been like this. Middle Pass should have been the single target one, or the Sniper Monkey one. Quick Draw should have been their answer. Well... you know. Because also Middle Pass has some very good support elements, like Bounty Hunters here. So perhaps Middle Pass should have been the support class, taking out balloons from a distance, focusing on stronger targets, and of course having things like Bounty Hunter to help out. Actually, let's see if we make sure we can get Bounty Hunter. And then bottom pass, that should have been the MOBA deal. Because the thing with bottom pass is that it has some pretty good MOBA taken down abilities. It can briefly push back MOBAs, does high damage to MOBAs, and it is definitely a tower you want at the start of the track. Because it gets more attack speed so long as there's more balloons near it, and its shotgun does really good against clusters. At the same time, though, that's another paradoxical thing with the bottom pass, because the bottom pass, its first tier ones, is an ability that makes it more powerful when there are no towers around it. Which, again, begs the question, what if you don't... So here's how it goes. You want this tower to be at the start of the path where it can deal with clusters and MOBAs and always have the highest number of balloons attacking. At the same time, you don't want any other towers near it at the start of the path where you'd probably want the most amount of towers, because a lot of strategies tend to have towers cluster at near the beginning of the path or near a point where the path intersects a lot. So again, it's this weird paradox thing of design. In another sense, middle pass you really don't want to... Middle pass you really don't want to... Okay, let's slow things down for a bit here. I need some way to deal with that. I guess that's what the alchemist is supposed to do. Let me first put on a freeze monkey. Give me a second as I try and figure out. Stratagem here. Then alch. Just to prepare for the future. Future. Fastest rolling because it's going to be splitting between these two, which have fairly fast attack speeds. And I think we're golden now? Right. Basically, you never want to pair bottom pass with middle pass. Because, no wait. If you're going for Golden Justice, never pick Bottom Pass, because you are never going to get a speed boost unless you have no towers anywhere on the map. Like, see this range? Because of that, so many towers would be in this monkey's range that it basically does not gain any benefits from Bottom Pass. However, on the Bottom Pass, you really don't care for Top Pass, making it better to spec into Middle Pass, because even though it's a close range tower, since it does pellets that pierce, it's always going to have like a pretty decent crit chance. Because every individual pellet of its shot has its own crit chance, and because it goes through balloons, it's going to have a crit chance every time it moves through a balloon. I honestly, my personal take, Middle Pass is definitely the best of the three. Bottom Pass is a personal favorite. Like, I just think it's pretty cool. The shotgun is cool. The concept, while mechanically confusing and weird, is still cool. This whole lone tower with a shotgun type thing. And the Top Pass sucks. The Top Pass just sucks. I get it, it's supposed to be the cheap path. It has like the lowest. It has a 19 cost, or 19,000 cost tier 5, but it's not good at all. I don't think there's. I think even if you were to build a strategy around it, it wouldn't work. Right, I forgot that barrels are connected to two different things. Okay, a little behind the scenes. My PNG tuber is connected to a different mic than my speaking mic. So every time I mute my speaking mic, my PNG tuber still picks up any noises from my other mic. It's mostly like that because I don't want my PNG tuber reacting to random noises. You know, I didn't actually plan for it to be on this level for this long, I'll be honest. I was not expecting to lose this level, to be honest. Granted, now that I got these two, I think... Is it necessarily the best strategy or a good strategy? No. But having a bottom tier 5 Ice Monkey paired up with a bottom tier 5 Glue Gunner, oh my god, the sheer amount of stun these two have together, it is so much fun, you know? It just locks balloons in place and can be really great for strategies like this, well, really any strategy, because of how it locks them in place. Granted, doesn't do anything against bads, but hey, that's what your other towers are for. I suppose I should go more into like what I was thinking when it came to this. No, oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, didn't sneeze. My thought process when going into designing this level. So I came up with this concept around a time where I was obsessed with sea monkeys. So I would often build levels around these central water points. And I had this idea of, okay, what if you had the balloons move in an L shape, right? Or what kind of map would that be like? Because I wanted the map to be like thematic. I have maps that have visual themes to them. So I thought, okay, what about a road? Like the road on a street could have that L shape to it. And then where would I put the water fixture? Well, what if the water fixture was right at the corner? And so I came up with the idea of a road that is being worked on, or a road that had like a pipe rupture or sinkhole that became flooded. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have made this dirty water. Or like the spooky dark gray water. That probably would have fit much better visually. In fact, this whole area was actually supposed to be a lot more run down overall. Like, it was supposed to be a bit more like an urban, or not urban, but like a boony type area, you know? Those, like, out in the distance neighborhood, a lot of dead and dry grass. Streets don't get as much attention or enough and broken and have, like, these kinds of issues. But I ended up choosing this grass, which basically changed everything, to be honest. Right. Getting this grass basically changed everything. Did the price go up? Huh. Because the reason why I didn't go with any of the others is because there was too sharp of a cutoff. With this grass, you can see it like going onto the sides here. But with a lot of the other terrains, it was just a sharp, straight line. There was none of this detail to it. Granted, with a desert that might have made some sense, and I could have probably just like fixed that by adding small patches of sand around the side. But this is where we are now. Also, another thing with the level editor. Not a lot of building variety. And that's kind of a shame, to be honest. You could probably create something by showing together props, like giving the urban ones different roofs and whatnot, but... So basically the whole idea behind this level, it started as, how do I make a level around a water fixture? Then I got the idea of this L-shaped street, and from that L-shaped street, I originally wanted to start creating a run-down urban environment, but over time it eventually became this more, I wouldn't say fancy or ritzy, but definitely a lot more lush, a lot more greenery, a lot nicer looking. It's amazing how a simple change in, like, there's all these tiny details when it comes to the level aesthetics. Imagine if all of this grass was now dead. It would look completely different compared to this. And because this color, this type of grass, just adds that little bit of vibrancy to the level. There. It adds vibrancy to the level. And because of that, it looks much nicer, it looks much happier. That's just something that occurs with these much brighter, much greener colors. Versus if the grass looked even slightly darker or slightly more yellow, if it looked dead or muddy, not muddy, but you know there's like a very distinct difference between grass you'd find in a more, not temperate, but the grass you'd find in something you'd typically associate with meadow or plain versus the grass you'd associate with forest or swamp. Areas where grass would be, like damper areas where grass would be darker, I guess you could say. I guess it's less of a matter of like the grass itself being darker and more of a matter of like often being cloudier or being in shadier areas, which makes the grass look darker. Point is, something as simple as changing the color of the grass in your level could have a much different effect. It changes how your level feels. Dry grass feels dead. It feels barren. It feels like the area is dying, because that's often what we associate with dry climates. It is where you see a lot of dead plants. Versus a much darker grass, that might show that the grass is in a much more wet environment, that the area is much denser with plant life, but also much darker, almost gloomy in a sense. Which also makes dark grass and really darker terrain great for horror environments, somber environments, and the like. Whereas dried grass might work better in I guess you could say dried grass might work better in more of a, I want to say Mad Max style, but it might just because Mad Max and the Fall games have really popularized the apocalypse setting and the apocalypse's association with the dead and dying, especially like barren landscapes. What should I purchase now? It's a question. Sub Commander? Might as well get Super Glue. And you know what? I can get Sub Commander. Why not? Ha. I want to get something. I guess radar scanner. How close would this... Okay, this isn't... Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, it's far enough outside of range, I guess. And let's just extend it a bit. Let's press all the buttons. Oh, God, please work. Oh, we're not out of the woods yet. No. First. Wait, last. First. Why are you... Oh my God, it Okay, that's another thing that sucks about this tower, then. It prioritizes the inner circle over the... Ah, crap! Ah, so close. So close. I should have... I had all that monkey money, and banana bucks, or yeah, monkey money. Should have spent it sooner. Okay, I won't dwell any longer on this level. Ah, but that's gonna annoy me for so much longer now. And now let's... I actually haven't tested Channel Spiral with, you guessed it, the new Desperado monkey. Because the thing with this one is that it was very much designed for Sub and Buccaneer here. Like, you can easily fit a lot of water towers here in the middle. Let's see, let's put you... Thing is, any monkey that's put here would be very solitary. This was actually designed to... No, not necessarily designed to be put solid. I don't know why I put this here. I think it was just to have, like, some kind of middle area. But yeah, I would say this is another one of my easier maps. Now, why would I want to put this here, you may be wondering. It's because of how... Honestly, I think it's easier to show. It'll make a lot more sense once balloons start to get to here. Because this is the spiral area, and it spirals a lot. Thing is, again, this was designed for me to like put just a sub in the middle and have its top pass farm damage, but admittedly that is such an awful strategy that there's not really much point. Let's see here. I mean, I've mostly been showing off my own maps, so I think the next thing I'll do is like show off, if I'm still streaming or if my voice hasn't given out yet. Yeah, let's just start preparing here. If my voice hasn't given out yet, then I'll show off what the other custom maps that I think are pretty good. What I think makes a good custom map is a map you can actually see being a map in Bloons Tower Defense. Like, not having too much busyness in the... I guess you could say not being too busy around the area, because that's something you notice with a lot of Bloons Tower Defense maps. A lot of the detail is usually positioned on the corners or edges of the map. They never put too much detail around where the path is itself unless there's like an obstacle there. And even then, the obstacles very rarely cover the path, because you want to have a clear idea of the direction the balloons go in. You want to come back to that idea of clarity in visual communication. You want it to be clear where... what would be the... here, probably. You want it to be clear okay. You want it to be clear the path the balloons take. In hindsight, I really should have picked Brickle for this. I really do need to just change my monkeys here. But yeah, I think we got it pretty free by this point. So then, and we're still going strong. Double up, grab you, and then you. This might actually be a good showing of bottom path, because that's why I put, like I said, you want to have bottom path Desperado near the front. And I'm pretty sure... yeah, I mean, this is a very isolated area, far away. Question becomes, now, do I want the Enforcer? Maybe in the next map I should make more intentionally hard. I guess the very first map I did, that Sea Road map, was technically a difficult map, but its difficulty came from the fact that it was a short map with limited tower placement. I'd hardly call that the pinnacle of difficulty. And now we get the shotgun. See how the shotgun just shreds balloons? Both the shotgun of Enforcer and the rifle of Deadeye back here are so good. Actually, Deadeye might be... if I put Deadeye here... I'd have to split resources so much if I want to really buff up Deadeye. Do I sacrifice buffing of the glue gunner? That is indeed a question. Thing is, like, I think bottom pass and top pass make a perfect combo. You got bottom, because you have something like bottom pass here at the front, all by themselves, dealing massive damage to the balloons that come in. And then you have something like a Desperado back here. Probably best to have... oh god, I forgot the weird... I mean, I could sell that and move it. But then you have like a Desperado back here, firing lines and taking balloons as they come in. Desperado's, I think is also top, the middle path, tier 5. Yeah, that does have like some pierce or AoE ways to deal with AoE. Let's get aircraft carrier, guns. And we are going to be shredding shit now. think I'm gonna have to... Yeah, because I have more to gain and could easily just move kind of away. Oh, and see, like here, it's far enough away from where the balloons will be clustering that its revolver shouldn't be going off too much. And it'll always be just out of range. Now, more importantly, let's try and get some maximum coverage here. You know what I mean? I can't say there's much to really talk about when it came to designing this level. Basically just another one where I wanted a water-focused area where balloons would come in, spin around a area of water, and then leave. So I do think this is honest. I don't know, something about its design really scratches... Alright, it really scratches an itch for me. I don't have much room. I don't have much way of doing this. Oh wait, no, middle pass can give... This can give this camo protection, right. And I suppose getting that ice monkey up wouldn't hurt. Let's think, where do I want to really place it? What was I gonna say? Right, something... I am proud of this map design. Like, it's very... There isn't a lot, but there's the tiny details. The fences, the signs, the small cracks with the plants going through. And just the way that the two paths are kind of like end up being mirrored and move through the spiral and then go out. This should give me a better way of dealing with camo metals. And in fact, I can probably... If I... The thing is, I just need this for the alpha buff. Do I split it between these two? If I don't go with Glue Gunner, then yeah, splitting it between these two shouldn't be too much of an issue. Let's see here. Alright, I just need to, I guess, rest my voice for a bit. What should I save up for? Well, this pretty much covers a lot of what I actually need to deal with. I guess saving up for Icicle Impale would be the next step. I get it, technically you're supposed to be running banks with Benjamin, so you get to maximize the money out of them. I really should switch out of Benjamin, to be honest. Like, he's a good moneymaker, but I don't really utilize him to his full potential. Also because I'm too busy focusing on my other towers. Actually, would Icicle Impale be the way to go? Maybe Desert Phantom would be the better option, because it can deal with that kind of stuff fairly easily too. Oh, another thing that'd be good is a mermonkey right here. A lot of my early map design when it came to this stuff was the idea of like clustering towers together. So you'd see with this one and merging mire and... God! I keep messing that up. Oh, right, that's random. I'd probably also give it an alk buff. Just so it has it, you know? I mean, it loses out on a bit of its revolver thing, but its revolver isn't really the big deal. Like, look at that damage. It is just... Ash Shotgun just shreds. I also think that out of all of them, Desert Phantom have like the best design. I don't know, I'm a sucker for these kinds of skull-based evil designs. Could you tell? Mermonkey was piercing, because that was another popular, pretty good strategy, which was to have a mermonkey buffing your, have a top pass mermonkey buffing your aircraft carrier, because that buff would also apply to its smaller planes. And that just because I believe that's better of the two. I don't know. So, I think the tracking is ultimately better. And I already have freezing, so... And I should be able to get the flagship carrier. Okay, again, admittedly, this is probably the easier of the maps I made, and yes, I'm still salty about losing on my own map. But by this point, I should be pretty free. Just gonna probably save up for... Yeah. Oh, I should probably actually make sure I'm ready to buff up my aircraft carrier with Desperado. Aircraft carrier with Desperado is actually pretty damn awful. What the? I have a confession to make. I suck at this game. I did not expect that. Then again, I suppose I was originally relying on my ice monkey to deal with them. Ha. This is embarrassing. Wow. I'm good at games, I swear. I think that's enough. The thing is, like, I don't want to spend all my time on my own maps because I actually want to go to... I mean, it'd be kind of ridiculous for me to do that. These are some of the maps that I favorited and believe are pretty good, because they remind me of actual maps that I'd see, or that could be seen in Bloons Tower Defense. Now, which one to pick? That is the question. I know there was one of these I was particularly interested in because I saw a possible Desperado strategy. I know, I'm maybe a bit too obsessed with Desperado. Did I? Wait a second. Ha! I knew I liked this thing more than once. Honestly, that's kind of scummy. Don't know which one came first, though. Right, I think it was this one. Actually, let's go with... You know what I think I'm gonna... Again, let's just pick one based off of what's I think it's visually the best. And I think my favorite one visually is this. Like, I could totally see this being an actual map in Bloons Tower Defense. Oh boy! This is a lot more complicated than I originally thought. So maybe okay. I have no choice. I must forego my desperado. It was nice while it lasted. Gonna need... For one, I need map coverage. For two... I can probably... If I... enough space there. I can put you here. And snipers would probably be good here. I forgot to switch out of fucking Benjamin. Then again, what... If I put a... Actually... If I put a Sada down here, that would take care of a large cluster of balloons. And Sada... Hold on, let me... Oh yes. But... Oh wait, Etten! Would Etten be the right choice though? If I put Etten near the beginning of the track, not only is that a lot of coverage, but also don't have... It would also be... Let's go with Etten. You know what? Let's go with Etten. Because Etten can be placed around here, get a lot of track coverage. And I probably don't want to place it like too close to it. Let's place Etten here. Because Etten will also end up increasing the glue monkey's range, as well as the range of any other tower I put here. Because I could definitely see glue monkey and ice tower, my two go-tos, pulling their weight here. And then sniper monkey. Oh boy. I completely... Right, okay, I completely whiffed that. Gonna have to get used to this map. I have Sniper Monkey Trio to take care of it. If I can get Full Metal Jacket... Put a second Sniper Monkey just to be safe. So honestly, I think this is a really good map, because one of the first things, it follows what I was talking about earlier when it comes to how Bloons Tower Defense designs its levels aesthetically. It doesn't cover up the tracks, at least not too much. That allows most of the detail is placed around the map, not on the tracks itself. And when details are placed around the tracks, you can still clearly see the route. Okay, and let's see if I can save up for a bouncing bullet here. I want to get a faster firing just to be safe, so... Ah. Nah, let's save up. I'm fairly confident our two snipers here can clutch up. Wait a second, would... Actually, a bottom path... Or not bottom path, a top path dart monkey down here. Okay, weird. This one might help a bit to deal with these higher layers. So, this custom map, honestly, it is genuinely beautiful. I don't think the custom maps on this game get enough attention, and I kind of get why, is the thing. A lot of custom maps tend to be memes, they tend to be jokes. That, or they're just too visually out there, I'd say. What do I mean by visually out there? They don't have the look or feel of a balloons map past a certain point, because they have too much. While there are balloons tower defense maps that are visually clustered and have like a lot going on, the number one rule is that the path generally is kept clean, and all of the detail is meant to be around or to accentuate or draw focus to the path. Can I get bouncing bullet? And you see that here. You have elements where the trees bring attention to the outer path, but at the same time, you have this ravine area which brings attention to the inner path. Okay. Ooh, Can I get bouncing bullet in time? Come on. Yes! Okay, that's close. Now we can get probably faster firing. Now we can start getting faster firing down here to try and get work towards the bottom pass. Another small thing, because the thing is, it's a lot of the small details when designing a level. These flowers. Well, not just the flowers, but the foliage. Actually think about the foliage here for a second. It is something you wouldn't notice normally, but imagine if you had the same level, but you didn't have any of this outsticking grass, you didn't have any of the small flowers and all these other smaller details, you would notice the absence. Or at least it would look empty, it would look flat. But adding these small details, especially notice how they place them, around the edges, the flowers in particular, they're always placed at a curve. Because that is how it draws the eyes. They specifically draw the eyes to those curves. I wonder, is there anything interactable on this map? Oh, okay, that was... should not have done that, should not have done that. Too soon. And other smaller details, like how they used various rocks. I believe these are actually the platforms you would see. Like, these fossils are made of the platforms you would typically see on... How was that map? Peninsula? I think it was Peninsula. Or was it Archipelago? Something along those lines. Peninsula or Archipelago? Can I get to full auto? Can I actually get the full auto? Or would larger caliber? I think by this point larger caliber would be the way to go. Because I'm pretty... Yeah, this can help us take care of our camos pretty easily. But I'm going to need that one to be taking care of the rest. Okay. One good thing about these that makes these kind of maps easier, because notice what happens when you give multiple lanes. By default, whenever you have multiple lanes and when you're making a level in the level editor, by default, it will split. God, I keep panic buttoning. I keep panic buttoning. By default, it'll try to split up the balloons evenly, kind of like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But because of that, it breaks up the clusters that would usually give you trouble. If this was an alternating path where clusters would pop up from, like, say, clusters pop at the top, clusters pop at the bottom, bottom, top, it would be so much harder because now you'd be dealing more balloons going through the same areas, and any balloons you place maybe down here wouldn't be as effective. Now, one thing I am interested in figuring out, however, how good would a top pass Dartling Gunner be down here? Because, not Dartling Gunner, Christ, I keep mispronunciating. Actually, by this point I might want to get... I can get a full auto soon. Can I make it? Do I? Yes. If I put a top pass down here, would it absolutely destroy this? I think it would. I do think it would destroy everything down here. Because the Juggernaut will break apart and bounce in such massive clusters. Don't need this. Meaning quick shots would be the better option, and I think by this point I don't have to worry about the bottom. The bottom is completely secure. Upgrade you, or should I have saved up? Yeah, regardless. Meaning, the top pass is now my main priority. I genuinely believe the bottom pass would be gonna give me any trouble. But what to do for the top? Do I do my Desperado? No, I don't see any good places for a Desperado. There's no straight lines for middle pass. Balloons come out of both sides, so you can't really just cluster up on the bottom pass. And the top pass sucks. Okay, so wait, slow down. So what would be good here? What would be good to deal with the top? Actually, let's... Wait, I can buy you soon. As well. Okay, that's a bit of a setback. But... let's see here. Oh, another small thing. Look at how it positions the foliage around here. The easy thing to do would have just been to do just the same tree over and over again. Sure, you can alter it by size, but specifically, they change the color of the trees, they add in these mushrooms, small bits of foliage sticking out on the sides. All just like how these flowers and little bits of grass sticking out help to add those neat little details. The same goes for changing up the variety. Having different colors, having different sizes, different types, even if they're only slightly different. It adds in that bit of flavor. I guess one thing I can do is I can start buffing up and preparing for my tried and true Okay, I think for this one I do need to buff the fuck out of the stun towers stratagem. Can I actually get that 10 in here? No. I don't really need that 10 for it anyways. On the bright side, it'll at least take care of monkeys coming down around here. But the question is, how far can I get its range to... Can I get its range to clip over here? Oh, right, gotta remember to hit. No, I can't. But maybe if I then outbuff them, I can get an outbuff. Etten, weird thing I learned. Etten can't be outbuffed. kind of useful for these specific circumstances, but now then. Can they take care of it? I think they can. Let's speed sync them. I think we'll just barely end up clipping the edge of that side, if this works as such. Also, I think I should probably get the third sniper monkey by this point. Ha. God, just barely short. Curses. Okay, slow things down a bit. Jesus Christ. Let's start working towards top pass here, eh? Don't really... Since I now have full camo detection, don't really need to worry about that. Meaning I can set you to strong, and then just have you going full force on top. Let's take care of you. Make sure they... You... I don't think I've ever seen any bottom pass balloons actually make it this far. Then again, that could just be because I'm focusing so much on the top pass. Yep, just realized a slight minor mistake clipping. Yeah. Honestly, I think I would like to play, like, show off more of these kinds of balloon maps, because the thing with the custom map editor, or the map editor in general, is that you don't really see a lot of the, the custom maps. Well, by this point, all of the ones that are in most liked, most favorite, those have been seen to death, basically. Like... Oh... Okay, let's... I think I might need to start panic buttoning. Okay, oh, we're... Okay, good. We haven't been taken over yet. I should get an elite defender next, though. I feel like I do need, like, a better way of dealing with top pass. We're gonna complete this. No worries about that, just... Alright, I was going to talk about how the map editor, like, definitely needs, like, a bit more of an update. Because there is so much that can be done with the map editor. You see, like, a map like this is a prime example of how good a map can look, or how good maps can be created through the editor. But the problem is, a lot of the time players will not see it because of how the system works. It only shows the most liked maps, or the first thing you see when entering the map editor is the most liked maps. That's the first thing you ever see. And the issue with that is that now the most liked maps have become established. Like, everyone knows what the most liked maps are. Ah, crap, I should have gone with Boba Blue. Let's panic just in case. Okay, so keep shooting myself in the foot here. We need to do something with this area, definitely. Maybe a middle path Desperado? Maybe. Because they'd always be at a pretty far distance from it. And while these two are able to handle the fort down over here pretty well, over here it's not the same story. Actually, okay, this is gonna be an odd choice. But just may— oh wait, it is actually hitting the glue gunner is hitting them up here. It does clip. Nice. This is gonna be an odd choice, but I think it'll work out in the end. Just as a way so we have some way to deal with balloons coming down this path. Now let's go for— what would be the better option? Icicle and— I don't think we do need to do Icicle Impale, all things considered. I think an Elite Defender would be the better option. Has my Dark Monkey down here done anything this whole time? Like, I was expecting— I don't think so, because these two are able to hold down not just this path, but this path, and then we have Etten down here also holding things down. So— yeah, this guy gets, like, no action. Panic! Okay. I keep forgetting to use some of this stuff. You know, I wonder how did they get this design? Is that— wait, that's water. If it is, that's utterly— no, wait, I think it's actually the grass. Yeah, it's the dark grass. And then what's this? The spooky grass? I know that there is a purple one. I don't know what it's called. Oh wait, shit, I can get the Elite Defender. Okay, we should be fairly secure now. Yeah, look at it. And then we can go for Icicle Impale next. At this point, this is more of just showing off the map in full to completion. After this one, I'll show off another one I think is pretty good. Panic button? Panic. Okay. And we'll see if we can get to around 100 this time. I still can't believe I failed to get to round 100 on my own damn maps. You were my creation! They should have obeyed me! I guess while I'm here, or while I'm doing this, another thing to consider is what other content would be good to see in the future, you know? I mean, I do want to show off more about balloons, and honestly, balloons I think is a very underrated map. Balloons itself is a very underrated game in the streaming sphere. Because it's one thing to just do a chatting stream, you know? It's another thing to do a chatting stream while playing balloons. Let's go to free play. Oh, I should have hit like... I'll have to do that afterwards. It's more than... I mean, I get it. It's one of those, probably the new age zoomer mindset of... Okay, let's hit the panic buttons here. I feel like this is a panic button path. Or a panic button round. Oh, almost. But the thing with balloons is that it has these moments of downtime where it'd be perfect for chatting with people, you know? But at the same time, there's still stuff going on the screen. There's still something to commentate on. I'll admit, I'm not good when it comes to just chatting. I'd probably need a full-blown, maybe not a script, but like I'd need to lay out an entire lesson plan to do it effectively. But with balloons, I can still chat, but I can also comment on what's going on in the game, what I observe, and it just gives you all something nice to look at as things go on. And I think it's another panic. Actually, in hindsight, would middle path have been better? Hard to say. I don't think I need to spend money on a juggernaut. But what if... I feel... The thing is, I don't know what to place here. What balloon tower would be good to place in this area? It feels like this would be a great area to just put a tower with a long range in the middle and have it... But what would it be? What would it be indeed? It's a possibility. It is a definite possibility. It could be done. Did I actually ever... Okay, I did end up maxing that out. Okay, let's sleep here. I am going to risk it and say that this is a brilliant plan. The real question is, can I put it on the sides? Any sneaky places I can place it? This should be just far enough outside the range for this to work. Yeah. Yeah, that should work fine. If I add in a village, that'd be too much. I think was between this and most of my sniper monkeys set the first. This could be set to strong to take care of Moabs faster. Oh my god, this thing even is able to hit. Would top pass have actually been good? No. Top passes would never be good. I guess on a map like this, also, just a good old can't go wrong type tower would be... I can never go wrong type tower. Ooh. Any space down... Yeah, I'll place it here. I don't think that would be a really good pass right off the bat. Because it kind of goes around this loop area. Would it? Oh, fuck. Okay. Wait, hold on. No. Yes. Yes? Yes. We're fine. Everything's fine. Actually, what is my ability to deal with leads like, to be fair? Ha. Just in case, because I don't know what I put here. Versus... Okay, this might be a good time to hit the panic button. Can I make it? Made it. Okay, come on, Spectre. Come on, Spectre. Come on, Spectre. Okay, the bombs should help a bit. Okay, I think this is a pretty good setup. In hindsight, I should have been saving up for Cripple. I completely forgot about Cripple. And okay, let's slow things down a bit here, because Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, maybe now is a good point, because I mean it's bouncing around. But would Cripple be better? I don't think I'm not gonna reach Cripple in time. Screw it. Right now, we prepare and hope. If I... Okay. Ah, crap. Okay. Okay, yeah. Just in time. It won't be optimized, and then I can also... There. Okay, round 100. Yeah, we've beaten this one pretty handily. Now, I just leave this running and see when I die. Because, right, you don't get anything special. Again, I think so much more can be done with it. One of the big things I don't get, why no multiplayer? I would love to play some of these maps with my friends. It could be so cool. Especially like imagine being able to create your own map and then show it off to your friends and actually be able to play with that on that map with them. That'd be great. Pardon me. Oh, is this where we die? Not yet. So, I guess now's as good a time as any to talk about where I'd want to go with this channel. First stream and all. Of course, first stream is never going to be perfect. I've had a lot of issues when it came to it. Mostly when it comes to setup, a lot of last minute things I noticed. But definitely I think starting strong, or starting out, Bloons is going to be a lot of content, because, especially Bloons Custom Map, because I don't see people making any videos on Bloons Custom Map. And a lot of the Bloons videos you see mostly focus on like the new towers, the new strategy, the new mod, or custom content, or whatever. But I think, like I said, Bloons would be great for things like chatting, because I can just have this level moving on in the background while I talk to everyone. And I mean, if it works for those weird split TikTok videos where you have all that stuff, we have like Subway Surfers on one screen and then the actual video that you care about on the other. I mean, why can't it work for balloons? Actually, the question becomes, what should I do next year? Should I show off another custom map, or should I go into the level editor? Oh, just in time to decide. Now let's make sure to give this one a like. Again, you may have noticed if I was just talking at the start about why a lot of them don't get liked and whatnot, but at the same time, I just noticed that's actually, too many balloons edition. That must mean that it's a map that has more balloons. Do a hard one, nerd. Okay, so I assume you'd prefer that I do another one of someone else's maps rather than going into level editor. Yeah, admittedly, I don't know I don't have an idea of a level to create at the moment. So, what would be a good hard map? Well, I was already thinking of this one. This one does look pretty cool. What's it set to? It's set to medium, but let's do hard. And, you know what? Yeah, standard sounds good enough. Who needs impossible? Cause the other thing with impossible is, holy. Well, that's metal. Okay, what are the lanes like? So all of them exit here. All of them exit out here. This one seems to loop. Most likely this one down here loops. Yeah, it loops and then bends and then goes, whereas this one probably loops, curves, and then goes. So, optimal. Oh, wait. Optimal placement for Etten. And optimal placement for the glue. Actually, no. Not. Etten, solo this round. If we can get a Buccaneer here, and Buccaneer will get Etten's range bonus. Come on, Buccaneer. Come on. Yes! Because Grape Shot here. I'm not gonna put one of my free towers down, because I don't know what the best placement for the frees are. Probably space up here, maybe? No. If I put it down here, there's... If I... Oh wait, I can move it pretty far over this way, so maybe... The glue ice strategy is not dead yet. Get you Grape Shot. I'm pretty sure by the time camels would come in, Etten will be able to take care of it. Make sure you get plenty of coverage here. And okay, this is another example of a map I think would be really good. Is it maybe as detailed or as, aesthetically detailed as the previous map we were on? Not really. You see a lot of areas where there's empty space, but Balloons does have areas of empty space, and even then, the empty space isn't that empty, because it still has these props. Now granted, these props are almost definitely there to cut off line of sight. For instance, line of sight cut off here. Okay, so they don't functionally cut off line of sight, so they are mainly there for the aesthetic. I do see areas, like I could definitely see, similar to what they have on, not Portal, was it Portal Swamp? Oh wait, oh shoot, I can buy towers now. Yeah. Desperado. Nomad. I mean, yeah. Ah crap, no, I should have gone with a sub to deal with to help with camos. Oh no, Etten can take care of the camos in this position pretty well. Camo leads won't be a problem for... I don't think camo leads will be a problem for a while. Usually don't come until the 30s, I think. Damn. Okay, let's go with a safer strategy, which is Destroyer. Because I'm pretty because Etten can take care of camos easily, Destroyer can take care of leads and the Moab, and by the time we have to deal with lead camos, Etten should have that global camo detection up. Hopefully, I think. I don't know the statistics. Point is, Destroyer is going to clutch on this map. Right, okay, so maybe this map said a lot more balloons. Or too many balloons. But I don't know if it actually has more balloons than it would have on, like, if it on a typical scale. Because it seems to just... Because the thing is, increasing the number of lanes doesn't increase the number of balloons, it just splits the balloons up. So maybe they did mess around in the map settings to add more balloons? I'd have to check. Yeah, we're gonna have camo detection in no time. Now the question becomes, if Etten is already going to give Desperado camo detection, does this matter? Yeah, it still matters. Because like I said in the beginning, top pass sucks. This doesn't really matter, or... Well, yes, it means this combo means you'll always have a speed boost, it doesn't really matter that much regardless, and standoff is just useless, especially when placed at the beginning like this. So it's better to have... Yeah, but what would be the better early game investment? I mean, I think the better investment overall, save up for more aircraft carrier. Like, this aircraft carrier is going to destroy everything. And this is this is a situation where the map design is very easy. Because you have a lot of loops, you have a lot of places where the track can overlap from towers like this, and most importantly with all, it converges way too soon. It converges way too soon here. Because you see, it goes around like that, and then converge, where this one loops around and then converges, and you have this whole strip where it's together. How would I make this map harder? Okay, assume ways to make this map harder. 1. Block off this area. Like, just have rocks placed along here that block off line of sight so that the water is less oppressive. 2. Number 2, I would actually separate these into 2 completely different paths. Like, you'd have this path still coming on from the side, and then snaking like that, and then going here. But this path just goes straight from here, turn up. It might be a bit... It would be a bit wonky, but it would definitely make the map harder. Without compromising the design too much. Oh, other way you could make it harder, if you really want to, and if you want to keep this loop area, like, not, if you don't want to change the actual pathing, but you want to keep the loop, then block line of sight here, from these crates to like this area, block line of sight, and then place a big ass rock here in the middle that blocks line of sight and balloon placement. That would make it so much harder, and I completely forgot aircraft carrier because again, this is really an easy map. A lot of loops, a lot of areas where the paths converge in tower zones, and it has a place where you can place a water monkey. In fact, if you just drained this area of water, turned it into like a ravine that just is completely useless, instantly, map becomes twice as hard. Because Monkey Buccaneer and Monkey Sub, they make maps so much easier. And Water Break. You know, I sometimes have the worry that I'm repeating myself too much when I discuss these kinds of things. But, I mean, on one hand, it gives to repeat yourself at times. Because let's take a... Yes! It barely clips it! It barely clips it! And now we have like this perfect circle for the shotgun. Oh, beautiful. It's magnificent. Look at this. Look at this. Perfect circle. And let's get our glue gunner up and running. And I think we've got it pretty solid here. Honestly, between Monkey Buccaneer and Bottom Pass Desperado, yeah, I think we've got a pretty solid grasp on things. In fact, we can get Flagship Carrier, and then make things even more ridiculous by adding in the Mer Monkey. Yeah, excuse me. Apologies. I mean, okay, yeah, right there. Second wave. Look at how that is just shredded. It doesn't matter that you have more balloons coming through this area. These two absolutely shred groups. In fact, advice, if for anyone who wants to make a difficult Bloons Tower Defense map, either don't have water, or have your water very far away from the main track, and in a very small puddle. I think, not end of the road. Middle Pass? There's the map that looks like an old western town, it's a map that looks like an old western town, and at the very back of the map is a small, basically tub of water where water monkeys can be placed. That's a good example of how to allow water monkeys to still be active in the map while limiting their power. Because if a water monkey has this much coverage of a map, it's gonna completely decimate. If a Buccaneer has this much coverage, it'll decimate the map. But with if you put the water further away, then the player has to rely more on aircraft carrier or Monkey Sub's universal targeting ability in order to have a presence. Oh, we got... Okay, this is gonna look weird. But I assure you, It's good. Now let's just show off some more of the map. I feel like I linger too long on the upgrades. Or at least on these upgrades. You can see a pretty decent part of the map and the balloons traveling from this point on. Ah! You know what I should have... I have to remember this for when I beat around 100 on this map. I need to shout out the names of the map. It's not enough to just like them. I also need to just shout out the names a second time. Yeah. My mind, it rambles and lingers and goes all over the place. Would an ice monkey still be good here, or do I just save up for the phantom? I think I just save up for a phantom. The ice monkey is good past round 80, you know? And also, I need to figure out, like, okay, what's the range of an oh damn, an alchemist is pretty damn rangy. Rangy. Alchemist has pretty good range. Like, if I could put it here, it would... Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. You know, while we're waiting for round 80 to come and go, let's look at other map details. Like, I already talked about how you have things like these, which are more... These are obstacles placed for aesthetic, because like I showed off with Sniper Monkey, they block line of sight, but they really don't have an effect on the map. Like, there are still plenty of areas where the player could place towers where a line of sight isn't blocked. But, so they are mainly there to look nice. It lacks a lot of aesthetic details. It lacks a lot of aesthetic details, like the other one had. Because the other one, it had bits of grass and flowers and all sorts of stuff all around the track. Versus this one, where you see a lot of these more empty spaces of sand. Or this body of water with only a few fish. I mean, the fish are definitely a nice touch. Along with, like, this area right here. It's beautiful. You have the rocks creating like a rocky, not cliff, but I don't know what the heck the proper scientific geological term is, I'll be honest. But those areas of coast where it is rocky. Yeah, sure. But you have elements like that, which are nice. But you also have the boat and the tiny dock coming off the shore to add that extra bit of detail. And... okay, I admit, these platforms are a little funky. But it's still cool that you can place monkeys on the dock. Why you'd place monkeys on the dock, I have no idea, but it is visually nice. Oh, wait, hold on. Where's my cursor? Desert Phantom! The boy! And now... You know, I haven't been showing off any of the changes to Ice Monkey, I'm realizing. That's because there's just no reason for me to really place Ice Monkey in the water these past few times. Like, it's not really the strategy I'm going with, and it's just more effective to place Ice Monkey in these areas, you know? And now we are free. Heh. Up. And they stood no chance. Granted, I still probably want to get Icicle Impale to deal with later rounds, because they did get pretty damn far. Heck, that'd be a pretty interesting idea. Like, what if... Just to be safe. a map design where it kind of follows this thing, this kind of loop. Place a rock here, place rocks along here, and maybe along here as well. Limit areas here. Huh. I see the vision. I see the vision indeed. I think after this map, I'm going to go into level editor and start kind of showing the design process and experimenting around a bit. Because I have a few map ideas, definitely. And... would it be... I can place... Oh, yeah. No, I cannot. Let's give it a longer duration. And then Lord of the Abyss plus this guy will be pretty damn good. All the buttons. And now that we've beat around 100, we just cruise by and see when we die. And while we're doing that... sorry, just adjusting my seating. While we're doing that and waiting for our inevitable deaths at the hands of the Balloon Menace, let's think about how we would take this concept and make a level. I don't want to call... I do want to give credit where credit is due. But there's no, like, description type thing. I can see the vision here. I can see some very interesting level design with the curving path here, a looping path down here, all of it eventually converging into a central path. But I can also see ways that you could make it so much harder. Like blocking off this path, placing a rock here. Really, changes to line of sight would make it so much harder. You could even still keep the... You could even keep the water towers, because if you block off this line of sight completely, that severely limits the amount of influence the water towers have in the game, and limits it to just this area. Granted, that's still a very long stretch. So maybe if the rocks curve around here, that way this section is completely blocked off to all but the water towers, and you don't have a situation where the towers placed in this area have an effect here. The thing is, I want to make a map like this. I want to take this pathing, I specifically want to take this pathing and change the map to make it harder. But, I don't know, I think I'd much rather that. I'd much rather... I guess it's mostly that I would feel like I'm taking the custom creative idea. Then again, this is a balloon custom map, like what exactly are you stealing, you know? And I'm still taking the concept and actually doing some meaningful changes to it. I wish there was like a way to add in descriptions Like, add a description to the bottom that says, inspired by... Actually, maybe I'd have to see how long the titles can be, but if I give it a really short name and then say, inspired by this person's map, that could be cool. That'd be pretty good. Death, you come oh so slowly. Very, very slowly. Any day now. The Grim Reaper. It's coming. It's coming in the form of a rubber balloon. Pennywise is seeking his revenge. Its revenge? It. Yeah. Yeah, of course it's it. It's an it. It's literally called It. Gotta say, I never understood why you title it, why its thing is called It. Or not, the clown itself is called Pennywise, the monster is called It, and the movie is called It. Well, the movie is called It, the monster is technically meant to be It, but then the monster's name is Pennywise the Clown, and then you also have... Well, the monster's name is Pennywise the Clown, the movie is called It, and... I don't know, I feel like if you're gonna call a movie It, then the monster should be more mysterious, not a clown. You know, like, it's weird that it's a clown. Cause why not call the movie Pennywise, or call the movie The Clown? Cause that is what the monster is for most of the movie, it is not It. Like, It could be anything, and it's more effective if It is kept as this mysterious figure. I don't know, maybe there was a reason for it? There was a thought process behind it? But like, I don't know, I feel... I'm not a professional writer. All honesty, I'm not a professional writer. Wait a second. Oh, I completely read the map wrong. This is even easier than I thought. Because it goes on. Because it goes like this, loops around here, and does a figure 8 and then loop back. Actually, yeah, it does a figure 8 here, so either it is looping... Point is, it does like a weird figure 8 here, so it loops over even more balloons. Oh, we're gonna be at this for a long time, aren't we? We're gonna be at this for a long time. And I did have a map idea. Okay, usually 19 is a killer. Come on, you're purple. You are purple and evil, so you have to be good. Yes, as we all know, purple is a sign of power, royalty, and prestige. Completely no bias, but there's no way anything that is purple can ever lose. I mean, just think of all the good purple, evil things. We lost! Think of all the things that are purple. I actually never figured out what this button was. Can I... Is this like a paid thing? Do I have to pay to... Yeah, it's a paid thing. But seriously, think of all the things that are purple and also... who's this creator? Dank Amtrans. Oh, Dank Amtrans. Okay. So think of all the things that are purple and also evil, such as the bads, the purple guy from hit game FNAF, and now Dead by Daylight. Although he's not really purple in that game, he's yellow because Springtrap, but he's still technically the purple guy. But he's not really called the purple guy anymore. We kind of just called him that for ages because the point is he's purple, he's evil, and he's a main antagonist. Purple is the hallmarker of all powerful villains. Second to black, because as we all know, the color black and the color red especially, black, red, and purple. Those are the colors of evil. And green occasionally. Occasionally green is the color of evil if it's specifically in terms of like toxic or poison. Otherwise it's nature. Also sickness. Green is used as sickness a lot, and that is evil. Unless it's one of those nature movies where it is also... Okay, so green is like honorary evil as long as it's not pertaining to nature, healing, or anything like that. So, red, black, purple, and honorary green. The colors of evil. I guess in some cases, gray is also used as evil if you're specifically talking about evil in the sense of like unfeeling or uncaring. Like a lot of robots will use gray, and gray will often be used to show like things sapped out, and gray skies will be used for evil. Okay, so gray, black, red, and purple. The colors of evil, with green being honorary evil. And also blue. Blue is an honorary evil color, because ice magic and ice theming has been used as evil in a lot of time. Ever hear of Narnia? The witch? Yeah, the Snow Witch. Or the Ice King. I mean, Ice King is kind of evil, but not evil. He's a sympathetic villain. But he's more antagonist than he is an evil villain. But ice is evil sometimes. So honorary evil color. Blue. I guess orange is like the cousin to red. Nah, orange is like red's brother and yellow is red's cousin. I guess specifically, like usually when people depict evil fire, they depict red more than orange. I was gonna do something. Right, I was actually gonna go into level editor and create a map. So, actually, I made sure... Yeah, yeah, I made sure to share this map. Right. Oh, before... Did I hit the right button? Before I move on, shout out to the maps I have just played. Vortex Seaside, Too Many Balloons Edition by Dank M Trans, and the other one I played, Prehistoric Rift by... Okay, that's either going to be PRAXX5, or it's Prax5, or it's just Prax, because 5 could also be representative of an S. I know that's something that the cool kids do these days. Like S's are 5s, B's are 6s, 1s are I's. Yeah, I know the modern lingo. I can be cool. And I do want to like end up playing all of these ones on stream some point. How long have I been going actually? Oh, we're at the 2.5 hour mark. Let's go for that 3-hour mark. In fact, actually, yeah, let's quickly go into showing off the map editor and sort of like the design process of map. So, yeah. Okay, I mean, inspired by Dank. Let me actually, that's not the button I wanted to press. Let me see if I can actually, fit that person's name in the feature so I can have inspired by. Create tapping time. Oh, you can't put... Why can't I... Inspired... How do they capitalize it? All lowercase, all lowercase. Seriously can't use like commas? Okay, you can use commas. What should what should this map be called? I'll put a comma and placeholder, question mark, comma, placeholder for now. Have it set to heart because as the famous movie quote goes, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. If you can beat a game on hard mode, you can beat a game on any mode. Okay, maybe not chimps, to be fair, but I think I already said at the beginning, I prefer impoppable as a difficulty to chimps. In fact, let's actually set it to impoppable. Because if you can beat it on impoppable, you can likely beat it on chimps. Likely. Not a guarantee, but likely. Okay, let's go in the map. Sure. I should have cleared the map first. Crap. They're clear all. Now, I think let's go with a desert. Let's go with a desert because that was beach themed. The mesa also works in a similar vein. So I do sand or... Okay, before you even get into aesthetics. So here is a quick rundown of the design process. Before you even get into how you want your thing to visually look, you need to start with blocking out. Or not blocking out. The official term would be gray boxing. That's what it's called, gray boxing. So let's look for rocks. Now, gray boxing is the process of creating in like an engine such as Unity or an engine like Unreal, a basic idea of a level through the placement of of just gray basic shapes. Do we have any rounder rocks, to be honest? Do we have any something round, something nice and circular, something big and circular that blocks? Okay. Platform blocking. What options do we have? Something nice, big and round. Something like a rock, preferably. A stump. Oh, a tree stump could work. Wait, why aren't the rocks showing in... Why aren't those rocks I saw showing in this? You know what? I think I do want to go with a rock. Let's go to rocks. Let's go with the rocks. And then pick... I know what I just said, like gray boxing, yada yada yada, you don't get too attached first. But I mean, come on. I like to have some visual consistency. Okay, for now, let's just use... For now, let's just use this. This. As our placeholder for the rock. Because now we want it to be big. Be rotated a bit. Oh, it has no underside, so... So the path looped. We want this to act as like our focal point, our rock in level design. And then we move it to paths. Let's use this path. So there are two paths. We could start down here. Let's be a bit more specific. And then the path turned. And we had this. The path sort of become a circle around here. Circle. God, circles were always hard to do in the editor. We have the path would kind of loop around here. And then we don't want it to loop up, is the thing. We want this to be a bit more difficult. And if we have it loop around too many times, then that difficulty will be lost. Lower you a bit. And then... yeah, see? And then we have to visually mark it. We have it just loop. So this is kind of where it loops. And then... okay, well this is... so if I... there. And then it kind of came down here before taking a sharp turn up. I want it to be too sharp just for visual sake. And then from here it would snake around. Like so. Before ultimately snaking back up here. But that was only the first part. There was also the second part up here. Forgot I muted myself to sneeze. But there was a second path up here that would kind of bend. And it looped. It would loop around like so. It was a circle like so. But then lower this a bit, lower this a bit. Oh god, sorry, for some reason my nose is getting all sniffly. And then it would follow the paths like that. Follow the paths more like that. Bend around a bit. Bend around a bit more. Link up around here. And then merge with the path proper here. Don't mess with the visuals too much. No, it's probably more like this. Straight. Curve. Curve. Bend like so. Bending more. And damn it. And then just a straight line here. Okay. So this is a somewhat simpler idea of how the path would go. Instead of having it be where it does a figure eight in this area and loops around multiple times in open spaces, you have this path loop, not really loop, but go around like here, and then you have this path which does a loop, but then also goes around like that. Now then, so this would be our general pathing. Now we want to figure out where our major obstacles are going to be. Okay, granted, in the original map, these were much closer together, so I may end up moving this paths later on, but for now, let's place down some more rocks. This is a nice crook where this can be placed. Rotate it just slightly more. Lower it a bit. And then... Then what we're gonna want is probably this rock placed here, because we don't want them to be able to place monkeys in this area, that's certain. An easy way to do that would be to just have a no place zone in this section. We also want to make sure like it's blocked off properly. Or at least that it visually communicates that, hey, you can't place stuff here, you know? And now this one doesn't necessarily block. It does also slot rather nicely into our little cluster. Slots rather nicely. Yeah, that's good enough. So then we want a second rock over here. Probably facing this way, being made large so that it can be placed like this. Slightly smaller so it doesn't overlap too much. So like I said, you typically don't want to block view of the tracks. Rotate this a bit. I think we can actually place that like so to make a pretty interesting rock formation. And then if we move this, rotate it a bit, actually lower its positioning so it, and then rotate it a bit more. Increase the size slightly. Yeah. That should work pretty well. Okay, yeah. The main thing is that we want to have this line of sight blocked off. So let's just start placing stuff around in order to accomplish that. And then we could probably have a single. How big can this thing get? Not that big. How big can you get? It's marginally bigger. And if we move this to like here. Then we get a pretty good example of it. Sorry, moving around a bit. The other big thing with this is that, I'll be honest, rocks, not that much visual difference. Gonna probably need to experiment more, but we also want to have this area blocked off too. The main goal here is to absolutely limit player placement and visibility to only a few key areas. Like, increase your size, rotate you. In fact, we could also probably shorten the map slightly if we just cover up that area, rotate you a bit, then move you. Nah, that wouldn't look very good. Unless... maybe... if you rotate you slightly, move you down. I know what I said about not focusing too much on visuals early, but like, I'm having an idea. I have an epiphany. That works very well. But what if... what if... Is there any way to edit this? I guess these would act as barriers to place monkeys down regardless. I'm pretty sure they do anyways. So we can utilize them in areas where we don't care that much about line of sight so much as we care about just blocking placement. And, you know, to make sure we fill out the map a bit. There's all sorts of little... make sure it all looks natural and whatnot. Alright, I was gonna make a cave thingy. Up here. Because if we place and bring you, make you maximum size, flip you around so you don't look too similar, and then move you like that. Can we get it to line up? Yes, we barely can. But then there's also... if we rotate you a bit sideways and then move you back, because there is also... was it a... no, that's interactable stamps. This. Hold on. Ah. Oh wait, right, layering. I forgot about layering. Ah. Ha. Right. Okay, so maybe... I haven't experimented too much with the level editor, to be honest. Are there any props that work for my purposes? Something that could make a tunnel. It's something that like can be darkened, I guess. Ha. Really makes me wonder how other people did it. I guess they might have, like, probably. What they probably did was that they. When were these added? What they probably did was that they did something like this, utilizing. Oh yeah, because they'd use the stamps in chasms, which would be terrain based, and never props. So maybe, actually, maybe. God! Where do you come from? Rotate you around, then move you, and then shrink you, and then move you again. To give the appearance or the idea of a larger cave. Hopefully, I think. Maybe? Maybe. Not really the smoothest transition, admittedly. Actually, maybe if I move you further up and rotate you so it doesn't show the tops. That way it looks more like it's the... Oh, wait. There we go. Hey, I won't delete you just in case. And then also probably need some more rocks up here just to fill space. Question is, should this area be open too? Probably not. Rotate, move, place. Here, let's say. Expand. Yeah, that looks good. And move it back a bit more. So there's at least maybe this alcove can be used for something. And let's just quickly hide away that. Now then, where? Yeah, pardon me if you heard that. Now then, what would be... Oh, next thing we need to do, cover up this or covering up this area for certain. This area needs to be covered up with something, but I don't want it to just be more rocks. Let's see if we can add any variety here. What would be good variety for covering up this area that would still fit beyond theme with all this stuff? I mean, adding a few cactuses would definitely liven the place up. Actually, where would the cactus... And nah, that probably blocks too much. Trees, maybe? Other trees. Tree. No, because they... Well, let's see what other options there are first. More trees. Probably will be a tree. Like, I could definitely see dried or dead trees covering most of that area. And then we can just have it as a no-place zone. Yeah, I think those trees from before are actually probably, like, the best option. Like... Move you... Yeah, this will definitely... Like, oh god, you're even bigger. Okay. What do you look like? Yeah, you probably want to rotate you around so that you face more like... Oh god, what is the place? Face more like that. Then we can still have you come in here, and then maybe you... Here. Maybe the big tree can, if we rotate it a bit, it can mostly be used to hide stuff. Maybe. That works. Then rotate you, nope, rotate you back around. Rotate you back around. These trees are mostly here to break up the visuals so that it's not all rocks. You need to have that bit of variety like I talked about before. Nope. Nope. And you also don't want to cover up the track too much. Shrubs. Do we have any shrubs that would fit with these things? No, not really. So just has to go with more trees. I'd say that honestly works pretty well, all things considered. Just having this area of dried trees that act as a no-place zone. Maybe some rocks down here. So rocks, just to make doubly sure. Ah, nah, but then the rocks look weird because now it's clipping through the trees. So maybe smaller. Now this area we certainly want to block off. And we've got the perfect rock for that. Make you slightly bigger. It. Then bigger. There. That creates like this little gap area. So this half is I'd say this half is fairly good. Oh, always remember to save, because you never know when it's going to crash on you. This area I think is pretty solid. It's pretty solid. But now, what do we do with this area? If we continue to go with the original map, there was an area, this area would basically be water. But would that be too easy is the question. Because like I said, water monkeys are very powerful. Even now that there's this, with a much more limited range. But if we restrict water monkeys just to here, maybe. Well, let's first close off this top area. This top area. Top area. Then another element when it comes to level design, direction. You see how this section kind of just ends in a curved point? It doesn't, it's minor, but it isn't that visually appealing, I guess you could say. But once you add in this point, now it kind of follows the line of the track, which looks much better. The question. Is it worth blocking off this? Maybe just blocking it off so there isn't as much of a cluster. More so limiting the number of monkeys that can be placed here than necessarily limiting how they can be placed. Turn this around, walk here. Now this is an example of how you can make a long map difficult by limiting placement and limiting options. And then using little bits like this to hide minor errors in clipping. Granted, not really hide them well, but hide them nonetheless. See? It looks almost perfect. You could never guess that this is actually just a cluster of rocks clipping into each other. Never guess. And by this point, the monkey, just in case. I don't know, maybe there might be areas over here where a monkey can be placed. Actually, if a dart... Now, the question becomes, how do we handle the water? I feel like this area kind of needs to be... This is a good area, you know? This is a pretty good area right down here. But we can't give water monkeys too much power. So what if we just did this? Oh, okay, let's try the other way. Create like a very thin area in which... Okay, that does kind of block up. Okay, we have that. There's still this area. This area is still pretty good. And then how big can we make this? I think that's a pretty nice cluster. Then make sure to have it pointing, just so it's so there's some visual direction. Rotate. There we go. Want it to look seamless. Sort of seamless. And then we save. We edit the map once more. Let's see. What kind of water do we want? What? Does this look like an ocean type of, yeah, I don't know. We probably want to use the brighter color blue to complement the brighter colored desert and yellow area, you know? Layer, before I forget. Did it work? New Matt. Yeah, okay, yeah, technically yes. Technically yes. Then we're gonna want not have it be direct. No, we want it to kind of skirt around the edge. Here. Okay, we should probably also change how it looks. Oh, look, that is a hard line. Do they all have it? Okay, they don't all have that, but oof, that is a hard sell. Kind of lose my plans there. Okay, so there's this one though. Do we go with dark blue, slightly lighter blue? You know, I'm feeling this one. I'm feeling this one. Decrease the size, lower you a bit, and then we start adding additional areas. Making sure they kind of like curve around neatly. I hate how it slightly moves them every time. Like, no, I don't want it to slightly move. Oh. God. Okay, gonna need to just do it like, there we go. Like flatten you out just to be sure. Move you over here. Here. Here's where things can get funky. Because you have to make it look natural, you need to use this sort of curve. But at the same time, that curve gets really whack at certain points. Although I'm sure and then you. Yeah, that was very annoying. Save the map here. Alright, so as you can see, much more closed off. Still has that general idea, or the general like shape, but there's a lot less points where balloons and towers can overlap each other. We still got a few areas, like the spiral, like down these 2 points especially, are points where the tracks do overlap. And then you also have like this long stretch where the balloons kind of merge together. And then I think, right, anything else that we have to do, right? More details. Like, because he has this giant area of blue that's kind of empty. And also I need to, before I forget, you just make sure that this area has no balloon placement. Yeah, come on. Or no tower placement. There's no towers. And we also have to make sure the middle has no tower placement either, just to be safe. Because that's a big point. The middle, a whole idea, like a major part of this is that the middle has no ability. You can't place towers in this central area. So let's move. This one should be much easier to do overall. Yep, see? Make sure to save. Add in more rocks to make it a bit clearer that this is an off-limits zone. Smaller rocks. Smaller rocks. Bigger rocks. Yeah, it's all coming together. Move. Now we save, edit, and now we need to figure out things to populate the ocean over here. I think it's like a lot of the ocean stuff is more urban, you know? Like it's clear these things weren't meant for... Like it's clear these things weren't meant for just random out in the ocean type stuff. They were meant for urban environments. Which fish looks better? This fish looks better. It's like putting my fishies in groups of 4. You never want to, in order to have variety, you never want them too close together or in the same number. You always want to have them kind of like jagged or spread out. At the same time, you want them to have like a general flow. Maybe... Oh, what? Maybe I can use one of the stamps, right? There are certain water stamps. Also like these ones. That is a lot bigger than I thought. Jesus. Ha. Wait a second. But I know wait a second. I know there was a ripple. know damn well there was a ripple effect. Yeah, why isn't this an ocean? That's just odd. Let's try to make this interesting. Why can't I... Okay, so there's some layering shenanigans going on. And I don't know what that is. And why are there 3? That's not supposed to happen. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. This is now correct. But the question still remains, why the heck isn't this going on top of... Maybe if I raise it? No? I mean, layering-wise, the props should always go on top of everything, so why isn't this... Weird. Just weird. Or is it one of those... No, because it's visual. Water sections were always a pain to figure out how I could really liven up visually. They lack... There aren't that many, like, actual water effects. I mean, maybe you can make a sunken ship, but that kind of defeats the purpose of what I'm going for here. A boat... I mean, a boat, if it's far enough away, maybe. Far enough away, and then you turn it... Because there was also a boat in the other one. It's a platform. Far enough away so that there's nothing a player would really do with it in the first place. And then make sure to save again. Frankly, I think this is honestly a pretty good design. But the real kicker now is we need to go to paths and make sure... which path am I actually on? That path's good. We need to make sure... I doubt there needs to be much, because these already, like, block it, so we need to make sure that they're invisible at least up into this point. Like, once they get to, like, here-ish? Yeah, here-ish. They need to reach... because they need to reach full size. That way they start off small here, and then... Oh, got it. No. That way they start out small here, and then grow in size by the time they make it here. I guess there's also, like, sandbox. In order to make sure you can... everything's... Oh, that's not good. Yeah. Okay, maybe I need to... Maybe I need to adjust the positioning. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I need to adjust the positioning. Nope, that's not it. God. No. And voila. And switch to you. Make sure. And now we go back to sandbox. And that's still going on. I don't know why. Nope, not you. Maybe just like you over here? Maybe so you're coming more out from the back. Okay, I should be able to fix this if I just add another rock. No. Props. Go to rock. And then oh. Did not mean to do that, but and save and sandbox. And now, oh come on! And do the balloons at least look nice coming out? Kind of. Well, I think that's honestly pretty good. But now, what would be the best music? Nah. That was... No, definitely not. I think this one's actually pretty good. And now comes the moment of truth. Actually playing the map. Oh boy. If I can beat it on Impossible, if it can be beat on Impossible, it can be beat on everything else. But I will need to play... Right, but first, just gotta make sure... Actually, can be placed there. Nothing there. Okay, no. Yes. No. Also no. Not too bad. Wait. Yep. Okay. Don't know what you put there. Maybe a tack shooter. Can be placed here. Can be placed here. I can definitely see Dark Monkey. Too small for anything to be placed there. But the question now becomes... Okay, so it goes around like that. I think this goes around like that. What is the best play here? We're using Etten, so Etten would be best where it has the most coverage. right? Would this actually... No, I think this is where Etten has the most coverage, because it loops around. And then also... Etten should be able to take care of most of it, if I'm being honest. Glue... And then a free glue gunner by Etten. Because there isn't enough space for my usual strategy. So maybe... Oh, wait! Oh... Bouncing up all in this area? Oh, that could be good. But most importantly, let's see how well this works just in general. Is this necessarily any more difficult? Since we no longer can get there, we wanted to place the Monkey Buccaneer per area. Now then. And Desperado, my beloved. In fact, if we put Desperado like back here. Okay, this should keep us pretty well situated. Actually, if we start going straight for sharp shots now and get to the catapult. Again, Etten can cover us for camo. Hopefully, I think, maybe. Point is, a spike-a-pult might be really good here. Because, yeah, see how it... Oh, it rebounds really weirdly. Actually, it rebounds perfectly, Jesus. I mean, there's a slight point where it kind of goes off in the distance, but... So there's some RNG to it, but especially in this area. And going up. And going up this way, it is going to kill. Just to be... I'm pretty confident in this combo so far. I don't think we need to worry too much about this, because only a few are going to leak through here. Maybe it also would have been better to have the... I know that you can activate and deactivate the rounds, but honestly, I admit the map editor isn't too intuitive overall. So it is a bit funky in areas. And I haven't really fully gotten used to how you set up all of your... this lane is active during this point at this time and all that jazz. An alchemist could actually fit right there. Maybe this isn't as hard as I had hoped. Oh no, I forgot! Oh, I completely forgot about leads. I flubbed it. I completely forgot about leads. Okay, that was my mistake. My mistake. Mistakes were made. Now, what would actually be the best way to deal with leads, to be fair? 28. I gotta prepare for round 28. I still think that this was honestly a pretty strong start. I think where I made the mistake is that I went for tier 3 bottom Desperado too soon. A grape shot might be able to take care of it. A grape shot plus tack shooter actually, maybe. Well, not grape shot, but like burning, fiery grape shot of doom or whatever. Also, I think the angle here is slightly different, so you don't get that that clean spin around that you got before. Damn. I mean, I guess that's some kind of tech. And then let's do this. Just so we're kind of close, but instead of going for full bottom, oh, I'd go for these three, because I think these three will help, definitely. But instead of going for save up to get grape shot, first and foremost, save up to get grape shot. Then from grape shot to hot shot to fast, and then faster shooting, double shot. Because these will be taken care of for a good portion of it. Oh, we got some things leaking through. Thing is a Moab. Moab coming through here. We'll still end up getting... I think this point is what makes it easy. Because it's a point where both... Okay. The two big connectors are here, here, and then this line. So while technically this is somewhat harder than the map it's based on, it still isn't as hard as I would have liked. Grant. Actually, let's put a tech shooter just in case. It is still early. It may still be difficult. We definitely want to get a destroyer, and actually Juggernaut was probably like the better answer, to be honest, but destroyer back here is still pretty good. Add very quick. And we got camo for days. Other things that probably... the rocks consist of most of the detail, but it's all very basic. You see some variation in rocks and whatnot. Actually, I didn't do the sniper monkey check. Yep. Was that? Huh. Very limited area, very limited range. Oh, box. Okay, A Juggernaut absolutely destroys these pinks. This is... Indeed. I forgot I was saving up for a destroyer. God damn it. Okay. This will still this will still probably take care of him though, but... I don't know, I feel like this isn't as difficult as I would have wanted it to be. And it's all because of these two areas. If I... Yeah, but removing them might make it too difficult. It's a thing. Okay, I also should probably check. Can't put it up here. Nothing up here. And then I should be able to get an aircraft carrier soon. How can I make this more difficult? I guess the obvious answer would just be to make it shorter, because it is a pretty long, windy road, all things considered. Or maybe... What if removing the water at all is not? Because now that we got aircraft carrier, like, the coverage of aircraft carrier is pretty good. And if we have the rocks completely cover this part, like make it a fully closed off area, a fully closed off canyon, and instead just have a singular... We don't want to surround this guy to be too dumb. So we probably want areas where areas like wooded areas, or areas where the thing can't bounce around as much. Or maybe, what if this was just a sheer drop? Like a steep cliff, all here. How would I make that look though? I know that it's possible, like, perspectively it's possible, but I'm not that good at map creation. Like, see, they're not getting anywhere past here. Maybe it's me being overconfident, but I feel like once we get Ultra Juggernaut, it's game over. Okay, ways to possibly make it more difficult. Maybe making this area kind of like what I have here, with this sort of massive forested area that the player can't interact with. Even only having like this point. If anything, just getting rid of completely removing the ability to place water monkeys. That would definitely make things stronger. Or make things more difficult. Yep. Oh my god, what is the collision here? I guess this isn't the answer, because now... Oh god, it is... I think the areas are... I think what's going on is that the areas are actually too tight for the Ultra Juggernaut. So it never actually... So it basically is always clipping into something. Huh. That is certainly something. God damn. Wait. Oh. For science. It is necessary for science. Actually, would... I think an alch... that was probably a massive misplay. But I think an alchemist monkey would honestly be the better option here. Because yeah, now I can pop lead. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, we're about to reach the 4-hour mark. I have been doing this for a while. I think... I think ultimately, once I'll see how far I get here. If this... I'll try to get to roughly the same strategy I had before. Roughly. With a Desert Phantom, a flagship carrier, and boosting the flagship with a mermonkey. To see how far that gets. Because if I can get far or even farther on roughly the same strategy, yeah, pardon me, on roughly the same strategy, then I have failed in making a more difficult map. I mean, I like the concept, I like the visuals, I like the idea, but in order for this to stand out, I feel it needs to be more difficult. And I think the first thing, when I stream this again and touch up the map, the first thing I'm gonna do, get rid of the water. No water monkeys. Buccaneer itself is too powerful. I haven't even used my powers. Wow, I am just... And now they are doomed. Ah! Oh god, they are really doomed. Yeah, once... This right here. Far too dominant strategy. I guess another thing is that one way to make it harder is that you can increase the movement speed of the balloons through the map, but that just feels cheap, you know? It feels like... Yeah, it feels like you're making it more difficult by changing stats. That is an option. You can make games more difficult just by changing stats, but it often feels like the cheap way to do it. You're not making AI smarter, you're not making the map or design itself more difficult, you're tweaking numbers to make things more difficult. I mean, when it comes to making enemies harder, like maybe enemies dealing more damage, that's a good way of handling it. But stuff like making enemies tankier or just decreasing the damage the player does, like making the players weaker is definitely a faux pas of balancing. At least when it comes to single player. In multiplayer, then you're gonna have to nerf some stuff inevitably. But in single player, why nerf the player in single player? If it isn't a game-breaking bug, why nerf the player? I don't even have a desert phantom yet. Well, I say that making it harder will make by removing the water. But really, how much effect is this having, you know? Like, yeah, there's the mini planes, but ultimately balloons aren't really getting to this point. They got it to the point in the early game, but not anymore. Indeed. Like, a lot of the balloons are getting destroyed here and here. They're getting destroyed here because of Desperado, and they're getting destroyed here because of Ceramic. And like, this is... And I guess Etten, yeah, Etten is also helping by all means, but like, come on. These two sections are basically kill zones for the balloons. Or for the for the monkeys. I think that's... Oh! They got through. Some got through. Granted, I could have used any of my abilities, but that's besides the point. Okay, I think this is where the difficulty starts to show. Chances are it would have been much easier if I didn't have this. If I put attack zone here instead and focused on buffing that, a buff attack zone here would be so much better than a Desperado, probably. I think this combo right here, like having this combo here is pretty good overall. Having a Desperado here, it works, but it isn't the best choice. An Alchemist with Attack Zone with a Village, because you can't fit those all in one, would have worked so much better. So there's that. Well, it actually makes you wonder, because honestly, these two, what if it was only these two? I guess the next thing to test would be like, how hard is it without, like if you remove this entirely, remove water, if you remove the water aspect, how much harder does it become? Like, can you really beat this map by just focusing on these two areas? Because there is the space here is limited, very limited. Actually, the space here is limited, very limited. But you typically get pretty good clusters, all things considered. The other issue may be that it's divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. The balloons are getting split between these 2 points and then converging on these 2 very easy points. Maybe if instead the balloons only went down one path at a time, or the paths changed every few rounds, it would be much more difficult. Testing, testing, testing. Oh! Shit. We actually lost on round 99. Huh. Okay, but we have a bunch of cash here. Is there anything we can get? Or anything that we can do? Lord of the Abyss. And what we lost... I mean, what we lost to was a... Can this be placed? What we lost to was... So maybe, just maybe, this would work. Okay, let's be smarter with our ability usage. And slow things down. Does this... No! Okay, okay. Huh. A monkey sub wouldn't help either because it wouldn't have the proper targeting. But let's try a monkey sub. Let's try top pass. Or not top pass, but add in first strike capability. Can this round be beat? No, because I don't get the... Oh. Huh. What is this one of those ones? Hold on real quick. Preemptive strike. 19. What if... Cost the Phantom, but... Yeah, see? Now, oh wait, what does it do against the Fortifieds? Oh, and then we have that. We have Cleanup, but then we use up all our abilities there. So the question becomes, will we be able to take this down? Okay, yeah, we were basically able to quickly rearrange our strategy. So if we started with building a monkey sub with preemptive strike first, we would have gotten through that round easy. Okay, let's quickly use you, use all... we want to save this for when they pop out. Can we beat the bad? Now it should be going around here and hitting... Oh! Oh, that was close. But will it be enough? Is this enough? Oh. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah. This definitely works. So... by all accounts, we completed this map. It was kind of difficult in some places, but that's mostly because I wasn't taking it too seriously. I could have done so many more better strategies. I could have placed a tack zone here and outbuffed it. I think placing Etten here with a dart gunner was the right move. And going for a preemptive strike sub much earlier would have meant we didn't lose those 2 rounds. So, unfortunately, this isn't as difficult as I would have liked it. But I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I think this is as good a time as any to well, not call it quits, but take a break, as it were. So, let's go back, and as one last go-around, again, great maps made by Dank M Trans, Vortex Seaside, as well as a great map made by Brax 5, Prehistoric Rift. Two maps that I think really capture the visuals and spirit of Bloons Tower Defense. And I hope to actually show off and play more of these custom maps, as well as create more custom maps later down the line and in future streams. So I guess with that, I've been Clockwork Cartoon, full-time cartoon villain and full-time game design student, and I'll be signing off. How do I actually... Pardon me as I try and figure... Oh, here is the button.